also bad. Luminosity. A bit too washed up. How to Photoshop. This should probably be the last thing here. Yeah, there we go. Is there a way to make this graph larger so I have a better fine tune on what I'm adjusting here? It's a little bit blown out when it's like zoomed out, but it looks fine like here. Which means it's probably blown out a bit too much. What am I doing? We do like background blur might be good. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, that's better. A bit better. What do you think?
You're already streaming.
Yeah. What do you think? Is that good?
There's no one there. Where's
Yeah.
Rusty?
No one's there. Rusty's sleeping.
Normally they come around this time, man, no?
Well, sometimes they take a while to show up. What do you think? Do you think more dark, more light, or
A little bit more
a little bit
saturated and less.
saturated here?
But when, yeah, that's what happened when I choose to make this place saturated. My whole face gets dark.
Oh, okay, hold on. Um, like that. Whoa. Lighten. Overlay.
Yeah, this one looks not bad.
Okay.
Can you copy and paste her?
Copy and paste your shrubbery. Yeah, how come you don't get like more bush? You got cheated out of branch. We should just like crop the image and make it smaller, like. Oh. Why don't we just like crop it like this so it's like we don't need all of this excess on the outside here. Oh well, she's gone. Like if we just crop it like this. Like this would be like so much better already. Like this is how I crop my characters. Like no one cares about like the other shit in the photo anyway. Okay, this is good enough, I think. This is good enough. I'm not getting paid to do this, so. Also, like, this can definitely be cropped a lot as well. Hey, is it okay if I crop your images? Maybe. Is it okay if I crop your images? We'll just trim out a lot of, well, I don't know. Like, there's a bunch of grass in the foreground here. Like, fake grass. Well, you wanna come here for a sec? Or do you wanna go to sleep? For Instagram, you wanna crop it closer. Like, you don't want all of this excess stuff on the sides. Like, no one cares about that. I'm gonna crop it. Maybe not, maybe not this one too much. Oh well, I guess I won't crop it. Just gotta work with what you got. Oops, not that. Blur. Lens blur. I wonder if like a sharper lens blur might be better. We'll just do 80. We'll be consistent about it. So we have here curves. That's basically it. Where is the light even coming from in this photo? Is it coming from this angle? It might actually be coming from here, because it looks like it's like coming that way. Maybe increase the scale a bit. Whoa. Wow, look at that, that's pretty stylish. No, we're not doing that. Okay, that's better. Also, where is the light? Okay, the light's coming from here, because of the hair. Maybe increase the light here a little bit more. A little bit too much. I still think we need to crop these. There's too much grass. I'm not looking at grass, we're looking at Sherlene. Wait, hold on. Where is the light coming from again? Over here? Why is red like the default? I need to reset my gradients in Photoshop. This one feels like there's not enough contrast in this one, maybe. Or maybe this one's just like blown out a bit too much. Oh my god. Holy cow, that's scary. Wait, where's... The light's always like coming from the same angle. Why does this one look so blurry? Is it just like the zoom? Maybe? What's the blending on this? 40%. That should be fine. Like she's playing WoW. Alright, this is the fun one. I'm gonna add something fun here. This is gonna be great. How do I do this? Object selection, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Oh. No. I don't want to select all of that. Just his face. Ah, fuck. Okay, well, let's just, yeah, how do I remove the background? I don't know any of this. I'm not a Photoshop enthusiast. Okay, well, that's better than nothing. Delete this. How do we stick this guy in here? Oh, shit. Oops. Oh god, it's gonna be fun. Basically, it looks like it belongs. Alright, we need like we use like a spot healing brush. Yeah, here we go. Rasterize layer from background. Manually set the source. Use the healing brush tool. You can just do that though, right? Let's go get a bigger brush. How do I get rid of it though? Hardness 100%. What is that white shit there? You don't need that, right? Give me a sec. What happened to my internet? Did my internet die? I think my internet died. Testing, testing. Troubleshoot problems. Oh, okay. It looks like we're still here? Maybe? Huh, okay. Weird. We do like soften selection. Feather. Let's go do 10. Oh. Filter. Select. Maybe contract. Wait, what is that? Did I mess something up earlier? What? The heck? Oh well, whatever. How do I make his head not smoking? That? Oh. Good enough. No one will ever know. Now we need to blur this bit. We need to blend this in. Blur. Like that. Blur again. Get some levels. I kind of need a mask here. Oops. How do I make this like black and white? Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Instead of that, Uh, Color overlay, black. And then we'll do like, actually do white and the rest will be black. Okay. There we go. Now, if we adjust the curves, you should just adjust the face. Yeah, there we go. Whee! We'll kind of like blend this, blend Chocho in here. Oh shit. Hmm. Oh. Okay, let's merge these layers together and delete this. I think we just need to like smudge it a bit. Where's smudge? There we go. We need, instead of smudge, let's go to dodge. It's like the, needs to be a little bit brighter. Oh, let's do like 10%. This little bit here is bothering me. We need to use like spot healing brush again. Just knock that in like, whoa, whoa, shit, wrong layer. Knock that in like so. Maybe, yeah, that's good enough. Make it so he has less of a double chin. Let's go make the that's a little bit too contrasty. Knock this down maybe a little bit. How come it's not doing anything? Okay, so it did do something. No, that's not what we want. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Maybe the brightness is a little bit too high. Change the opacity. Yeah, we knock down the opacity a little bit. I'll blend the edges with the lighting a bit more. Okay. Okay, now that that's done, I'll merge these. Okay, duplicate, filter, blur, lens blur. Okay, we have that. that your girlfriend? That's my wife. She said I should edit her photos on stream, so here I am, editing her photos on stream. I edited in our dog as well. I have no idea what I'm doing with Photoshop, by the way. I'm a Photoshop noob. Absolute noob with Photoshop. No, that's Chocho. Not some random dog. A little bit too bright. This one's like awfully bright. What did I do here? Maybe like this can be knocked down a bit. It's still like really bright. I still feel like there needs to be some better blending here. I don't know. It's a little bit too late for that now, I think. Well, let's see. Maybe I can like smudge this a little bit. No, let's not swirl it. What the fuck? Okay, that's better. I mean, he actually looks like this anyway. Just like the body's a bit bigger. It's gonna make the rest a little bit more contrasty. I feel like they're a little bit too blown out still. I think it's because this is too high. Yeah, let's go knock this down to like 10% on all of them. And then we'll adjust the curves. Wait, this doesn't even have curves. What the heck? What the heck? Alright. This could use a bit more, though, so let's just keep this at like, yeah, around 26, 27. Just the curves a bit more. The light coming from the side be a bit brighter, I think. And then we'll reduce the curves by a bit. This one definitely needs... This one's way too blurry, yeah. You gotta knock that down to 15. And then adjust the curves so it's a little bit brighter. There we go. And just the light source. The shadow is a little bit unnaturally dark. Okay. I think we're good here. These look pretty good. Alright, we're gonna save these. We're gonna save these. Let's go save the PSD just in case she wants adjustments. Save as not GIF. JPEG. Hi. Um 60 or 100%? Would 100% JPEG, would that be a PNG? I actually don't know. That's like the kind of stuff I don't know that I should know. Wow, that's a huge image. 4 by 6K. Okay, we'll save this. Hey, why does her face look blurry in this one? Did I fuck something up? Ah, no, it's fine. Tip, use file export as for a faster way to export assets. I should probably do that. What the heck? What's going on here? Okay. Alright, well, we're done with that. Everything's saved already. Let's get some work done. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What's up, Rusty? How's it going? Ugh. We could play some Valheim, I guess. Maybe a bit. What is my favorite game besides Exanima? Uh, Probably Elden Ring. Well, it's definitely gonna be Morrowind, and then probably Elden Ring. Let's go make a new character, just because these are all really old. We're gonna be a proper black. I want to look like an undead. I want to look like an undead, like a Draugr kind of character. I want to look like a what the? Oh, that's new. Curls. I'm gonna look like a Draugr, but I'm worried I'm just gonna look like a black man. Which is fine too, but not exactly the look that I'm going for. There we go. His name is Zethrosunsun. Let's go. Maybe Max Payne and maybe Binding of Isaac. If you like Binding of Isaac, you probably like the Souls games. I heard there's like summoning in this game now. There's like a weapon that you can get to summon skeletons. I don't know if it's actually worth playing up to the point where you can get skeletons though. It's kind of a lot of work to play this game. I might actually just go play Elden Ring, just so I can like hop in and hop out. Valheim is kind of like a game you sit down and play for hours on end. You don't really like alt-tab much. Wow, it's taking a while to generate. Why does it take so long? Okay. Dark Souls 3 is pretty good. A lot of people say it's probably one of the better Souls in its category. Why does this bird have like a chin and boobs? This is like a Valkyrie, it's not like a bird, right? It's like a bird waifu. Let me know when we land. Oh, there we go. We landed. Hail warrior. It's Hugin. Hugin these nuts. Let's see, do I look like a... I guess I look like a Draugr. Okay, I guess that's good enough. We gotta pick up sticks and stones to break people's bones. . Oh, I like how escape pauses the game. That's nice. Audio. So we don't have double audio for music. See if we can find any beehives. Those are always good to get. There's been a shit ton of updates since I've last played. So it'll be interesting to see how this game changed. I have new content they've added. Oh shit, I'm sliding. Oh my god. Increased farming by picking this up? What? Increased jump? Increased acrobatics? Ah! Okay. Zero fatigue. Zero stamina gameplay. How do I build again? Stone club. Hammer. Everything's sliding down the hill. I'm gonna get off this hill. This is stupid. This hill sucks. Hail warrior. Oh shit. You got an asshole. Come back here. Take off a torch. Oh my god. Did he hit me? I think he hit me. No, maybe he didn't. I want to get to like a clearing. Clearing would be nice. Let's not go down the hill. Let's there is water down there though, so it could be nice to live next to the water for boat access. Is there a beehive? Make a workbench. I don't want to make a workbench. Not yet. There's got to be a clearing here somewhere, so I don't have to live in the middle of the woods. Did we explore this already? Oh. Got a dastard. So there might be a clearing up here. I want a clearing next to the water. That would be ideal. There's a river down there. We can go there. Yeah, let's go over here. Oh shit, there's more. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. This seems okay-ish. Probably find a better location. Maybe like up here somewhere. We don't have to live exactly on the river's edge. Although it would be nice. Some more berries before we keep going. Beehive? No, beehive. Oh, there might be a beehive down there. Could be a Draugr village too, that would suck. Oh, there's a beehive. Okay. Let's make a crafting bench here. Need some more food as well. I want to make a bow and arrow. If I can. Oh, shit. It needs a roof! Alright, hold on. How'd I get rid of this? Did I just break it? I guess I just break it, huh? We'll build this in here. How do I rotate this again? Ah, okay, mouse wheel. Like that? I'll probably put it there and it'll work, right? It's too exposed, alright. That should be good enough. I need to unequip all these torches. I don't need so many. Crafting station is too exposed. I'll just build a temporary wall here for now. It's still too exposed. Right? Yeah. Maybe it's clipping through the roof. That could be it. Or maybe... Maybe this game is just very picky about what I'm doing here. Okay, there we go. We can finally crude bow. I need wood and leather scraps. Okay, I'm just gonna YOLO and smack this to death. Should be fine. Right? I won't just immediately die. Oh my god. Am I actually gonna die? No. I'm not... I can't hit it. I can't hit it too because it's like too high up. Let's just deconstruct this and then wait, there's gotta be a way to deconstruct this, right? Besides just bashing stuff to shit. Okay, middle mouse. There we go. Use middle mouse everything. I knew there's a way to do it, jeez. Yeah, I'll just deconstruct all of this. Fuck, I just deconstructed the crafting tape. And stick this here. We'll go build like a small temporary house. Small temporary shelter. We could actually use this thing here. Might be the best option for now. Is it like Minecraft? Yeah, it's a bit like Minecraft. You could say it's a bit like that. Does repairing cost materials? I forget. It'd suck if it did. Damn it. Okay. What am I doing? Oh my god. Okay. Let's get rid of that. We do need a roof. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna kill some boars before it gets too late. Whoa. There's one. I saw another one over here somewhere. Not sure where. Okay. I need to upgrade this workbench. How do I upgrade that workbench? Oh yeah. Okay. We need to build like something here. Oh, we can build a beehive. That's definitely something we should do. Let's go ahead and build this beehive like way up here somewhere. Bees are happy, that's good. The bees are happy, I'm happy. And build a home. Build a standing torch. I should probably build this outside, honestly. But we'll build one in here for now, just so we can actually see. A shield could be good to have too. Okay, well, let's get some work done. What is this, amber? Oh, free survivor pack for Splitgate players. That's cool. I might log into Splitgate in a bit. Whoa. Is there a way to like not have... Let's go like not pause when I have escape. Well, I guess we can just like not have escape and just alt tab. Yeah, we'll just do that. I want to turn up the no sound though. Like just so I can hear any like enemies breaking down my house. That's it. Also, let's exit out of Unreal. So it uses less memory. Oh. Wait. I think I hear something outside. Right? No. It's just the rats. It's just the wind. Just my imagination. Ooh, it's cold outside. I wonder if there's... I wonder if you can still make a resin farm in the ancient forest. That would be a nice thing to have. There are ways of automating the game. think it might actually be day now. No, it's still night. Alright. Oh, I can build a heavy build. What? What's a heavy build? We need some flint. Should go look for some flint in the morning. Is the way you model comparable to others, or is it vastly different? I'd say it's pretty similar. This is a personal project of mine, so I can put as much or as little time as I want into each project. I think it's important to get the base races in a good spot. The thing is, if you rush with art, it really does show that you've rushed. Oh, it's day. I need to swap my stuff around. Okay. It's foggy though. Sure is foggy. Thought I saw a river down here somewhere. Try to eat some berries. got any flint? Let's see. Oh, there's one. Oh. Here's another one. That's 3. Can we get this one? 4. I have 11. Nice. Oh. Should we build like a sneaky build, maybe? Maybe not. There's a lot of stone over there. That massive pile of stone. There's a lot of stone over here too. Got another board. We do need leather. Oh, we got some trouble here. Yeah, this game is pretty grindy, but it's like a fun grindy. It's weird. Where is the house? Is it over here? Must be over here somewhere. Yeah, I think it's over here. I can build a chopping block. We can upgrade our stone axe. Need more wood. More leather too. Oh, these drop resin. Okay. Yeah, Game reminds you of Muck? I haven't heard of that game before. I wonder if berries regrow now. Did they make berries regrow their fruit? That'd be nice if they did. Oh, I'm full up. Nah, I haven't heard of any of those names. Unfortunate. Let's really try to optimize our space in here. Actually, you know, I kind of want to tear this house down and then maybe rebuild somewhere else, or... Maybe up there on the hill there. Yeah, let's go move our stuff over. I have enough to build a thingamabob up there. This is nice, but it's kind of like in a valley, which I'm not a big fan of. We build uphill here, we'll have a better view of the land. Jesus Christ, dude. Or we can build like over there. I don't know. Maybe we should actually like figure out like where we should do some exploring before building a base, I think. Like actually building a nice base. I'm gonna put like all my junk that I don't need in here. Let's go put away a bunch of our stuff. I don't need so many torches. 2 max. Don't need the gold. Okay. And I think let's go build some armor and oh, wait. Okay, I think I have enough wood for. Yeah, let's go build some armor. Let's go explore if we're on like an island or not. I think that would be a good thing to do. See where the ancient forest is, see where an optimal base location would be. This game is multiplayer as well. I played it quite a lot with a couple friends of mine. Try to make some rag trousers. Wait. Yeah, okay. Although the shield may have been better, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of running around with no pants on. I don't need 3 torches. Okay. Let's go. We'll follow the shoreline. Take a look out. Keep an eye out for beehives as well. It's honestly not too dangerous around here. Like, even at night, it's not dangerous. I should probably... Can I mark this area? There we go. We'll go counterclockwise. Wow, there's one shot that guy. I'm try to conserve my axe durability here, mostly for combat. Kind of a big river here. Biggish river. We'll follow this river inland. See if it goes anywhere. Oh, aggressive. You feel cold. The scariest thing about the night is actually the music. That's like the only scary part. That's some very ominous music. I suppose running into some skeletons would be bad too. Skeletons do rise from the grave at night. Are they going to add spooky stuff in this game? There's already spooky stuff in this game. This game has been out for a couple of years now. You go check it out. Oh my god, motherfucker. There we go. Words of Ulf. Um. Okay, let's mark that. Yeah, there's a lot of spooky stuff in this game. This is pretty annoying terrain to walk on, not gonna lie. Like constantly slipping. The deer. Wow, that's a very long river. Could be a good route actually. If this leads somewhere nice, like a base or something, like over there. I don't know. Or if it cuts through the continent. It could be worth building along this river. We should go over there, see if there's any beehive. Hopefully I don't die from loss of stamina. I remember in the early game, yeah, you like low swim is you can drown very easily in this game if you don't have high swim. There's nothing in here. Empty house. Go back to the other side. Let's go across from here, because there's at least rocks that I can kind of jump onto. Not really. Yeah, look how fast my stamina is going down when I'm in the water. It's a bit nuts. This could be dangerous, so I'm gonna take the torch out so they don't swarm me. But if we can like manage aggro. Oh shit, not fists. Ah! I didn't want to use my fists. Yeah, we take out the torch when they get close and then we smack them. Oh fuck. My health 18, huh? What is this? More words of old? Land is hard. I'm just gonna put a pin here. Word of boar. Ouch. Oh wow, 13 health. That's not good. You might want to eat some honey just to recover a bit faster. Some of our precious honey. Is there a... Wow, this is like a rock growing out of the... There's a chest in here. With another torch, nice. I actually kind of do need more torches. Let's keep going this way. We got a lot of boar meat, which is nice. And leather, we'll definitely need both of those. Oh, a torch. Got some more boar over here. Which is nice. 1-star boar. Torches are honestly quite powerful. This is the boss arena, okay. Right. Hunt his kin. We need some deer trophy. Activate that. Oh, there's a dark forest. You can tell because of the trees. It's an abandoned village up ahead. No bees? No bees. Oh shit. Boar out of nowhere. Should I risk swimming across this? Let's go eat some more berry. And then we have 100. We have 102 stamina. We should be able to do this. Oh, we're walking. Okay, that's good. Go get that other boar there too. Another abandoned village here. There might be bees. Oh, I see a beehive. Okay. Let's go and build. Oh. This here, and then we can just deconstruct the beehive. There we go. Yeah, beehives are huge. It's free food. It doesn't get much better than that. Zero investment, free food. Another beehive, maybe? Nope. Nothing. Although sometimes if you dig under the floorboards, there's a chest sometimes. With the poor bees? No, I'm relocating them. I'm not killing the bees. I'm moving the... Because when you destroy their hive, you get a queen bee. So you're just moving the hive, you're not killing them. Where do the other boars go? Did he go this way? The boars actually evaded me. Were we just there over there? I don't remember. Have we been here? Oh, we haven't. That's a beehive there too. Nice. Oh shit. Got some mushrooms. That was good to have. Okay, we have 2 queen bees. Oh, there's a boar again. Found them. Boar there. Maybe a 1-star boar? Oh my god, there's a 2-star boar! God. Torch out. Get the torch out. Oh my god, that is terrifying. I should probably like try to capture it, but you know what, it's like a little bit too much work to do. So you can lure him back here. Take the torch off. Because you can breed boar. And if it's a 2-star boar, its kids will be 2-star boar. But I can't be bothered, like, not doing that right now. That's for like later. This could be a cool place to build a base right there. So you know where the Black Forest is. Got any bees? No bees. It's one of those graves. Skeletons spawn from here at night. A little bit risky. Any bees? No bees. That over there might be Plains. No, that's not Plainlands. That's more Black Forest over there. Oh, I think these are actually indestructible. These rocks here? I could be wrong though. But if you wanted to build like a house on stilts, you can do one there, possibly. I need a bow. I need a bow and some arrows. Oh, more mushrooms. Need those. Ooh, more boar. A lot of boar here. I might leave them alone. I might have enough leather already. Nope. I choose death. Oh, he's running away. Come back. Oh well. We'll leave one. We'll leave one to tell the tale. To spread the word of the terrible Viking. Oh, that's the Black Forest. That's definitely the Black Forest. How big is this island? Okay, so if that's the Black Forest there, we probably shouldn't go in just yet. Is it separated by water? It looks like it. Looks like there might be a river going down here. Yeah, which is nice. Oh, there's more Black Forest over here. We should build our base somewhere nearby. Maybe in the Black Forest? I don't know. We need to be a little bit stronger for that. Got any bees? I don't see any bees, I don't think. Yeah. No bees here. It's a chest though. Oh, there's some bees here. Take care of this goober first. Make sure that we actually picked up the queen bee. We have. See, there's another beehive over here. We could get lucky. Get 2 bees in a row. That's also promising over there. Don't see any bees. There might be a chest though. Each of these like little abandoned huts, they change music whenever you go inside or go near. It's a little bit funny. Got that dynamic music going with the random house spawns. No bees. Oh, there's a stone structure over there. That's more Black Forest. What a weird island. Oh wow, it's breaking apart. Because I'm getting close. Well, oh shit, there's a skeleton up top too. Would it be nice to run in there to grab, like... Nah, it's a bit too risky. A bit too risky. I don't have a shield or anything yet. Let's mark that as black for. Oh shit! Stupid Pokemon. Hey, you make a carrot farm. They really mixed up the biomes a bit, haven't they? They made the biomes like more interconnected. Let's see if there's any bees here. I don't see any. Oh shit. Not expecting that. Oh, there are some bees here. Okay. There we go. Kind of hard to spot sometimes. 4 bees so far. Doing pretty good. This is a nice little clearing. No bees. Where's our house? Is it nearby? House is over here, okay. We're almost back home. You gotta be careful of these black forest patches. Like, they can spawn ogres in here. That would really suck at this level. Wow, what is this area? Look at this little clearing here. This is pretty nice. It's like nestled between 2 black forest zones, though. I should just talk to Hugen. He's scaring me. Okay, well, let's get some work done. We've explored the island. We'll head back, build some beehives. It would be nice to figure out where exactly I want to set up camp. Like, that clearing down there is a bit promising. Or maybe like by the river. Like, there is a river here that leads out into the ocean. Could be good. I believe I left some wood out here somewhere. Let's see if it's still there. Yeah, there it is. I want to consolidate my storage into that one area. I left a bunch of stuff up there. Let's go drop off some stuff first. We do need a bow. Or maybe a spear. Now, we should build a bow with arrows. Like, that's gonna be the easiest way to kill the boss. Let me upgrade this bow. We need a deer hide. We don't have that. There we go. Go bring everything back over here. Another thing I can do is wait until I can build the second tier ship and then really go exploring for a good place to settle down. But it would be nice to have one here on this continent. Or this island, whatever. Usually I build a base on the starting area. Next to the ruins. I guess like right here would honestly be a pretty good place to build. Either that or over here. Or over here. Over here might be good, actually. Because it's close to spawn. It's next to a river, so we can have access to, like, everywhere. And then it's close to the Black Forest, so I don't have to cart iron everywhere. Yeah, we might actually move to here. At the mouth of the river here. Yes, this is like wedged between two black forest areas, which can be a bit dangerous. So next plan is to like probably build here or here. I was gonna do something. Oh yeah, build. We need the bees. Although it probably doesn't really matter to build right now. Just because I don't... Probably isn't gonna be enough room for all the bees. They're gonna be too crowded. They're gonna complain about... The bees are sleeping. Okay. So I guess it's fine. But yeah, that's a lot of yeah, that's gonna be a lot of honey now. I think that's enough honey for one person. Constant supply. Let's get more if we see more. Let's get some work done. We don't need so many torches. We haven't even run out of a torch yet, have we? Maybe we ran out of one, actually. I need to be a bit more organized here. I was gonna put all the stone on the bottom. And all of the lighter stuff up top. Like in real life. The food goes on top. Make sure you put raw food on the bottom. You don't want cross-contamination. Yeah, true. I should really build another chest here just for raw food. I don't have enough wood though. Maybe next time. Hmm. I wonder, is it still possible to build terrain all the way up so it becomes impossible for enemies to attack you? If that's the case, I might go and do that. I'll need a lot of... I think I need a hoe for that. I need a hoe. Stone. Wood. Oh, I also need to kill Ekthir. I need the pickaxe. Yeah. Yeah, I can raise ground, but I can't lower ground until I get the pickaxe. Can we build any other armor? We're just gonna have to have rag stuff, huh? Fire arrows would be nice to make. We do have feather. Yeah. Oh, it's there already. You know what? That's enough. That's enough for today. Enough gaming. We really need to get some work done. Otherwise, it's just going to be a. This was just going to be a gaming stream instead of a work stream, like it should have been. I'm gonna actually color these parts black, like on the female mesh. Might be worth doing. Let's see here. I mean, I might as well follow the established color scheme. Might as well. Oops. Hmm. Doesn't look great. Something about that does not look good. Never mind. I changed my mind again. We're going back to the white top. Let's log out. The music is on repeat. I'll be right back. Be right back. I'm not very satisfied with what this looks like. Like, it works on the female mesh, but it doesn't really work for the male mesh. You know, it would be really cool. That would be pretty cool. If we turn all the white into like bronze, maybe. Or like a pure metallic kind of thing. Let's just see if this will work. Probably not, but we can try. Oh, you know what we should do? We should have a different kind of bronze. That's what we should do. We're doing this. So like this, but maybe lighter. Or like a metal. Like the forehead isn't tall enough or something. That might be the reason why. Let's make the forehead here a bit taller. Hold on. We need to unhide this thing first. And then T-pose again. Yeah, vertex count mismatch. I'll watch out for that. Okay. Yeah, let's go do that again. and it's actually something I want to listen to.
Today, I have the absolute pleasure of welcoming Chris Kramer onto the show. Chris, you have a storied history in the games industry. I even interviewed you way, way back,
One
like
sec.
on.
I kind of want to make some tea as well. So I'll go make some tea first, and then we'll be back at it. A little bit full. All right, I'm back.
One of my first assignments with screwattack.com, of all places, a million years ago. I think you were doing a Street Fighter event and a Resident Evil event of some sort. And I was
Is that
able
my phone?
to meet you way, way back then. So when you reached out to me and you said, "Hey, I want to do an interview," I was like, "Sure, that sounds great. I would love to do that." I should have reached out to you. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't feeling confident enough to do so, but I'm really happy to have you.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at the people that you're talking to, and I don't hold a candle to fill. So I think you're doing quite all right. I appreciate you making time for an old weirdo hanging around in the games industry.
For those who don't know, I wouldn't say you're an old weirdo, but you've definitely held a lot of jobs. You said that you started way back as a games counselor
True.
at Capcom. What was the angriest phone call you ever got?
Oh man, we got a lot of angry phone calls. People would just be furious that they had spent so much time like trying to defeat Dr. Wily, and they're like, "It turns out I keep beating him, and he keeps turning into different things, and then I gotta beat him over again." But I will tell you, the absolute best call I ever got as a game counselor was a mother who called one afternoon, and she was kind of frantic on the phone. And she was like, "My son, my son, my son, you have to talk to my son. You have to talk to my son." And I was like, "Lady, I'm 23 years old. I'm making $12 an hour. I don't know how I can." She's like, "You have to talk to my son. He plays Street Fighter all day long, and he thinks Chun-Li is real, and he thinks Chun-Li is a real person, and you need to talk to him and put him on the phone." And I can hear like a teenage boy screaming in the background, "Chun-Li is real! Chun-Li is real!" And she's like, "Here, talk to the man." And she puts this 12-year-old on the phone, and he's like, "Chun-Li is real! Chun-Li is real!" I was like, "Look, I work for Capcom. I can tell you, Chun-Li is a character in a video game. She's not real. I'm glad you love her. She's awesome to play in Street Fighter, but it's not a real person." He's like, "No, it's real." I'm like, "Look, she's not a real person. She's a video game character like Mario.
I bet
Sonic.
that kid went to
She's
Asia
no more
when he
real
grew up.
than either." He was like, "Okay."
That was your best phone call?
No, it gets better. So
You ruined all his dreams.
Yeah, I know. Well, so I said, "Can I talk to your mom again?" Put some mom back on the phone. I'm like, "Ma'am, I'm in my 20s. I don't have kids. I don't really know anything about raising kids, but I got to tell you right now, you need to turn off that Super Nintendo, and you need to send your son outside. He needs to go outside.
He needs to
He
touch
needs to be away
grass."
from the TV. He needs to be away from the Nintendo for a little while. He's got to put the controller down and get out there." She's like, okay, thank you. So that was by far one of my favorite phone calls, just because I was like, I'm in my early 20s and I'm giving parental advice to someone, complete stranger on the phone, because their son thinks that Chun-Li is a real person.
Well, that's crazy. We don't even have phone lines that we can call into anymore, as near as I can tell.
No,
Now you just you message an AI bot on some website, and eventually you talk to a real person.
It's another thing the internet has killed.
After that, you told me that you went over to media. You actually worked in media for a little bit of time. You worked on the magazine Voodoo, the official 3DFX magazine from Dimension. And then you went over to Future, helped run Daily Radar, which would become Games Radar. And what was that like back in the day?
Man, it was a lot of fun. And I had done PR for a couple of years. I managed to wiggle my way out of game counseling. There's only so long you can answer the phones and help people, with where they're stuck in DuckTales for the NES before you're like, I need to find something else to do. So I managed to sneak into PR and did that for a while. And then went to PlayStation briefly, and then went to 3DFX. And it was when I was at 3DFX, I was kind of getting a little burnout on PR. And I really loved hanging out with the media. I had a lot of good friends. And I was like, I want to give this a try. So we did the official magazine for 3DFX with Dimension Publishing. Essentially, like 3DFX paid to have this magazine done and paid to have me run it. So that was a pretty cool opportunity. But then after the magazine folded, went to Imagine, where I was working alongside all these people who were kind of like my heroes on the media side when I was a PR guy. So I was working with like Frank O'Connor, who went on to be like the architect of the Halo series for years and years. John Newland, who was an amazing guy running the entertainment side. Aaron Loeb, who has had a huge career in game development since, just on and on and on. And then also people like Chris Charla, who was running several different magazines at that time, long before he jumped to Xbox and started the Indies at Xbox program. Tom Russo and Blake Fisher, who were running Next Gen, and just like really just some awesome people there. So it was fun. I call my time on the journalism side my summer vacation in my career, because it was 4 years of like just pure fun. Like it was still kind of late 90s, early 2000s video game. So there were a lot of like crazy junkets. Like I drove race cars more than once, and met a lot of weird celebrities and things like that. So it was a great time to be doing it. But towards the end, it was very clear that the .com crash was coming. And after about 3 months of having our sales team say they couldn't sell ads anymore, I was like, hey, I just bought a house. I just got married. I maybe need to go back into PR. And so that's when I moved back onto that side.
Well, it's interesting to be talking to you right now. Games media, many years ago, you were in it, and now we're seeing this consolidation time happening. Do you see any similarities to what happened then and what's happening today? What are your thoughts on it?
I do. So when I first started doing PR was the dawn of the internet. So it was literally like, I knew the guys who started GameSpot.com, who had all been print journalists, and were moving over to this new exciting thing called the World Wide Web. And it was pretty quickly obvious that being able to do daily postings, stuff that was happening on a regular cadence, was going to be more appealing to people than waiting every month for one magazine product. As much as I still love magazines, and I love my time working on them, but it was clear that the web was going to quickly replace what the primary form of getting the word out on video games was print, right? It was newspapers, it was magazines, and you could see the people who worked on the print side were really digging in their heels, and they're like, nah, we don't believe in this internet thing. These guys are all goons. It's going to go away. Print magazines are forever. The internet is transitory. The value of print is you can frame it, put it on the wall, and look at it till the end of time. And that really, that kind of attitude caused a lot of problems, right? There were a lot of people where you just kind of slowly watched print spiral out, and there were a lot of people who were sticking in and couldn't figure out that times were changing. And I think we're seeing that right now. I think we're seeing a lot of the games media on the website have not really been great in responding to what's been happening on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok. And so most people on the games media side want to stay with the kind of the platforms or the sites that they're used to, and we're seeing that getting crushed for a number of reasons. And the smart folks are like yourself, like Greg and the Kind of Funny crew, everybody who's jumping out and starting a Substack or a newsletter. That seems to be this smarter thing to do at the moment. And it's also, what I like is that it's opening up voices more in games media.
Yeah, so. I agree. Yeah, but so do you actually see that the websites like the GameSpots and such, are they on the way out? Are we seeing a reset? And on your side, because I'm burying the lead a little bit, you're at Tencent currently. You work PR at Tencent.
Mhm.
On your side, how are smaller influencers like me, mid-tier influencers, the big influencers, balanced with the old guard, the GameSpots, and
Yeah,
the big websites?
yeah. I think I don't think GameSpot and IGN will never go away. They're very large platforms. IGN in particular has been smart about extending off IGN.com into YouTube, into TikTok, into like anything they can do.
They got some smart people over there.
They really do. There's Pear and John are really great guys.
Yeah.
They're trying to stay ahead of it. So I think they're doing a pretty good job adjusting to it. The audience, the average audience for video games, I don't think interacts with anything that ends in .com as much anymore. The average audience, I think, for games is getting more stuff from their favorite personalities, their favorite people on YouTube and on Twitch. Folks like yourself, where people are like, I like the way this person talks about games and the way they talk to me about games and the games they cover and stuff like that. It's really becoming hyper focused in an interesting way, where personalities and approach is winning the day again. Where I think for a while, with a lot of the larger video game platforms, things had gotten really kind of like a little boring. There wasn't really a voice, or the voices could get confused, where you'd look at a site and they'd have a review of a game, maybe like, this game is a 9, and then the next day someone else on the site would write a story saying like, this is the most overrated game I've ever played, and it's like, that's hard to your audience is getting whiplash.
Yeah, I hear you on that. And then following up on the influencer angle, when you're doing a PR event, I think the last time we saw each other was for Grinding Gear Games, for Path of Exile, one of the Path of Exile events. Great game, by the way. I really like it. I know they're dealing with PR stuff right now with the latest update, but I trust Rogers and the team over there. They've really earned the community trust.
Yeah, I mean, they're an amazing dev team, and they know exactly what they're doing and exactly what they're building. I've worked with a lot of dev teams over the years, and I've never seen developers so hyper focused and hyper aware of what they're doing. It's pretty fantastic.
So when you're booking that out and having your team,
that's
reach
very
out
true.
to people, what does the mix look like these days? How do you separate it? Do you just put everybody together now, or like, how do you plan an event like that? Because they're big events. It's like 100 people, 200 people. You have dinner sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You got the little snack cookies.
Yeah, you got to keep people going.
Yeah.
Got to keep that blood sugar up. You can't just be clicking all day. You'll faint.
How do you plan it?
Yeah, more and more the emphasis is on reaching, the influencers, right? It's getting the people who are delivering the message on TikTok and YouTube and Twitch, and then outside of the U.S. and on lots of other platforms as well. Because I think one of the other challenges we have from a media relations perspective is that so many of the kind of traditional games media, they've become so focused on SEO and so focused on metrics that it's really hard for them to champion games, like they did in the past. It's tough when your livelihood depends on Google sending you traffic, and so you got to keep those numbers up. And so the way you keep the numbers up is that you're like, okay, what's hitting? Okay, we wrote a story about Destiny yesterday. It did really well. Now we got to write 5 more stories about Destiny. And because they're now writing 5 stories about Destiny,
Hey, Graham Case.
they don't have time or staff left.
What's up?
To cover
The usual work, listening to to news about the games industry.
Like this clever
Yeah, how's it
indie
going?
game or something
Welcome
that's
back.
coming from a
Welcome back to the
smaller
channel.
dev team. So the what's happened is you've seen now in the games industry, we're on the communication side, we're spending more and more time kind of bringing in people on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok to make them part of the process, because they, in a lot of cases, they either have a large audience or they have an audience that is super focused on the type of game that you're putting out. And again, it's very similar to like in the early days of the internet, PR. When I was at PlayStation, we would do media days, and the first day would be for the print media. And the print media guys, because their deadlines were out further, the print media guys would see more of a game. And then the second day would be for the online guys, and the online guys, because they'd be writing about it next week, they would see less of the game. So the focus was like, oh, we gotta treat these print guys special, because if we let the online guys write about everything right away, by the time the magazines hit, information's stale. People have already read about it online. So it's the same sort of thing where it used to be a couple of years ago, they would do separate media events and separate influencer events. But now, I think most of the industry is looking at it as just a communications channel, right? Whether it's Twitch or YouTube or Game Informer or Kind of Funny or Giant Bomb or Polygon, it doesn't matter. It is tastemakers talking directly to the people who play
Tastemakers. That's an interesting term.
We kind of bring everybody together, because it's ultimately that's on the games industry, we are trying to reach the widest possible audience.
Just casting the net and seeing who you can get. Yeah, I mean, like if it's an ARPG, you're gonna invite Darth Microtransaction and Woob Joe. I just know Darth because I watch his streams all the time. So yeah, and then if it's a shooter, you'll probably want like Shroud. Do you like have that level of granularity to it, or do you just kind of like, well, you kind of cover everything? Do you want to go to this next thing?
Yeah, it depends on what you're doing and what your budget is and what the type of game is. When I worked with Twitch for a while directly, they were one of my clients when I was at the PR agency, and one of the main partnership person there, I was kind of asking them for advice. I'm like, how do we work? Because this was a while ago, like 8-9 years ago. And I was like, how do we work with people on Twitch? How is this different? And they're like, look, the smart thing to do is not to put all your focus into the top 20 people on Twitch. What you want to do is you want to find the middle 200. You want to, because the top 20 people on Twitch, they're going to be harder to work with. A lot of them are going to be looking for sponsorship dollars. You need to find the people in the middle who are building their audience and are experimenting and are trying new things. If you go to Shroud's going to want to play first-person shooters. And, you can go to Shroud and say, hey, I'd like you to play this type of game. And maybe he'll play it, but clearly his audience wants him to go back to shooters. So they'll follow along while he tries new things. But it's, do the eyeballs equate to people actually getting interested in the game, or are they just kind of like, we'll wait for our boy to get back to what we like, which is first-person shooters?
Yeah. And you brought up sponsorships. Can you pull back the curtain for the viewers about how does that work? You're reaching out to somebody about a sponsorship.
Yeah.
How does it work on the media side, and how does it work with the influencers?
Yeah, it's amazing because you'll still see on various places on the internet, you'll see people like, oh, such and such gaming site, they're just getting paid off by the big studios. Or
I can guarantee you that never happened to me.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And you kind of see that where people are like, oh, they're getting paid to write the review of this game and blah blah blah. And on the other hand, a lot of influencers, and they have to be. They're absolutely transparent when they're doing sponsored things, right? They're literally required by the federal government to do hashtag ad or hashtag sponsored or something like that to let people know when they're literally being paid to play a game. And yet, more people are like, I don't want to look at such and such.com because those guys are all in the pocket of, insert first party here, whether it's Sony or Xbox or, someone like that. So the wild conspiracy theories about game reviewers who write for the various editorial platforms are absolutely wrong. Because honestly, I think a lot of people, especially like if you have larger publisher money, you're like, yeah, if I could, I'd absolutely pay you to review my game. Please, God, give it some attention. But there's definitely not the way. So yeah, I mean, in terms of kind of advertising and marketing spend, more and more of the dollars have been shifted towards social media buys, more towards marketing influencer campaigns, and away from kind of traditional advertising. And I think if you look across the board at a lot of the gaming media sites, you'll see that the majority of their ads are not games related. Right. If you look at the big sites,
Hot Pockets, Totino's Pizza Rolls,
yeah, or
McDonald's,
or Toyota trucks, or
the Army,
or whatever big new Marvel movie is coming out that weekend, or a Star Wars TV show or something like that. So most of the advertising, at least from my ill-informed perspective, is non-endemic. It means it's not ads that are coming from the games industry. It's coming from without.
Those were my favorite. Anytime they were like, do you want to play Rainbow Six? It's sponsored by McDonald's. I'd be like, sure, I don't care.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're like, can we get some fries up in here while we're kicking down doors?
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, I think, a lot of traditional advertising approaches and channels are dead, right? You don't see a whole lot of TV ads for video games these days because, quite honestly, most of the games audience, I mean, who watches TV, right? If you're looking at TV and you're a gamer, or you play video games. I'm not a big fan of the term gamer. If you're looking at TV and you play video games, you're mostly watching sports because anything else, the games audience, they're on Netflix, they're on YouTube, they're on Hulu, they're on Twitch, stuff like that. So you don't see a whole lot of like traditional TV ads. You see stuff that's right for the audience and the platform. And doing influencer marketing campaigns is part of that. It's become like a huge part of every marketing program in games.
And do you go to individuals or do you just go to like a big marketing house? I can't remember what the big ones are out here. Like I'm in LA. There's a bunch of big firms that handle influencers and such. Like how do you handle that part of the process?
Yeah,
I've never asked anybody about this stuff before. So I was like, I'm having Chris on. I'll ask him about it.
Yeah. No, it's a mix, right? It's not so that the challenge for folks on the communication side is that if you want to talk to IGN about a preview, you go to Ryan. If you want to talk to PC Gamer about something, like you start with Evan. Like the people, the folks at Game Informer now, good, like the Phoenix back from the.
That was great to see.
So,
Giant Bomb too. Yeah,
Giant Bomb, like Reichert and that crew. Like, what an amazing Hail Mary. Good for those guys. I'm so happy for them. But going to like people on the influencer level is tough. I don't know if you've ever had to track down somebody on YouTube or Twitch, but like
it's tricky.
50-50 if they have like an email address listed anywhere. So it's really there are a lot of media agencies and influencer agencies who specialize in helping publishers and developers get in contact, build programs, do all that stuff. There's too many to mention right now. One of my favorites though is a company called GameSite, that's really good at helping video game companies put programs together and like match with the right people so that you're not going to Shroud with like, here's an amazing point and click puzzle game.
Yeah.
You know, so it's tough because like I was saying, you kind of on the comp side, you know who the people are at the major outlets, but the influencer seas are ever shifting. So you're never really sure, like from one day to the next, you're like, hey, there might be somebody who just explodes on Twitch or YouTube, and you don't know about it, right? So you got to, it's constant, I don't know, learning, and it's good
vigilance.
that there are people out there who can help navigate that.
I'm curious. So we're talking about influencers and media online. There'll be like a big drama situation. It feels like every week about whatever game that's there's drama. Like Bungie's going through a big thing today. There's an art issue with their stuff. Do you think, or have you seen that any of those situations actually have a negative effect on the release of a product? Or do you think that, you know, mom going to Walmart or grandma going to Walmart is still buying those games? Or I guess the question I'm asking is, I feel like gamers have felt quite emboldened online, like they actually are having a difference on a game's sales and a game's perception. Do you think that's true, or do you think it's a little bit more nuanced?
I think it's true. The organized review bombing campaigns, you know, it's I get it. Like people can get really frustrated about the things they love, and especially in a world where live services are such a huge part of games now, right? Where it's, you know, people are playing Fortnite forever, and they're, you know, they're playing Call of Duty religiously for like hours and hours and hours, or anything, you know, Path of Exile 2 or Diablo or any games like that. You know, the communities of players have been really kind of nurtured and given like a huge amount of focus in the last 20 years. But it can also backfire in big ways. Like, you know, you can see people fire up review bombing campaigns for slights or things that are being addressed, or, you know, it's really challenging. And driving those scores down across, especially Steam, you know, when people start clicking on this and
like with Helldivers 2, Bungie activated 2FA and it got review bombed. And do you think that actually caused Bungie to respond, or not Bungie, sorry, Sony to respond and make some changes to their policies?
It absolutely did. And you could see that because the head of the studio there was like,
guys,
tweeting.
Check out what my brother just sent me. This is r/Steam. It says, I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me just go bring it up on my PC. Give me a sec.
About it all.
God damn it. So, r/Steam. Which game is this? How good it is? How popular it is? Exanima. Early access for 10 years? Sounds great. God damn it. The most annoying areas where you find Exanima. But, I mean, people say it's great, so there we go. All right. Back to whatever.
all that weekend. He's like, we're addressing this. This was not something that we wanted to do. This was something that was kind of we were told to do. And people get very concerned about their scores. Their user review scores on Steam are really important for a number of reasons. So when those things happen, it can be very detrimental to a lot of people's jobs.
So it's sort of a double-edged sword. You can have a Claire Obscure Expedition 33, word of mouth explodes, everybody's loving it, tons of reviews on Steam, and you can have a situation like the one that I mentioned. I'm curious I'm sure you run into a situation like that where the community gets mad. I know Path of Exile too. I think it's how they handle their situations, and I just bring it up because I know they're partnering with Tencent, and that's how we spoke recently. But I think they're just a masterclass in how you handle a situation like that. Hey, we're listening. Here's what we're doing to address it. Here's why we addressed it that way. Here's what's happened, and here's what we're doing. But beyond that, what do you do when, I'll call it crisis mode, when a crisis mode situation arises? Like, what's your plan of action?
Yeah, I'm lucky because I spent several years working at Sony Online Entertainment. So
were you there during the hack?
Which hack?
Was right after I left.
Sony always gets.
So you're like, phew.
Yeah. That was not my problem. That was all
Sony
the
always gets
hacked.
hacked.
Oh my goodness.
Which hack?
But I was there for several EverQuest expansion launches. I was there for the launch of EverQuest 2. And Star Wars Galaxies is what I'm going to talk about. So I was literally in a car in Austin at a developers conference in Austin. I was sharing a car with John Smedley, who was president of Sony Online at the time. And John was like, he's like, oh man, the new Star Wars Galaxy stuff is so awesome. And I'm like, oh, do we have a new expansion? He goes, no, we're completely changing the game. I go, what? He's like, yeah, we're making it more action-based. We're changing everything that's went in there, and we're going to completely flip the way the game plays. And I was like, oh, so are we starting new servers? He's like, no, absolutely not. We are changing the game, and everybody is going to have to play this. And I was like, wait, there are a lot of people who really love that game. And the idea was that by changing Star Wars Galaxies to make it more action-based, they were going to appeal to a larger group of players, and they were hopefully going to be able to, bring the current player base along, but bring in more people who are more action. And I was like,
and in modern day language, you were like, make it an extraction shooter now.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Or yeah, exactly. Make it like Fortnite. Put more dances in it.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, John, I think there are a lot of people who are playing this game who aren't going to be happy. He's like, no, it's fine. It's so good. They're going to love it. And I was like, well, why don't we just prep some messaging just in case people don't love it? And it turned out that there were a lot of people who didn't love it. And that was my first exposure to online review bombing. Like they were crushing it anywhere you could post user reviews, on GameSpot, on Metacritic, we weren't on Steam, but like any place like that. And like the community was just like, boo, we hate this. And, so we spent a lot of time like going, oh, we better be a little bit more clear about why we were doing this and what's going to happen. Here's the process and stuff like that. So it wasn't great, but we kind of were exposed early to things like that, or anytime there was a class balance change in EverQuest, people were unhappy. Like, why has my paladin been nerfed? I feel like I've got that.
But that's good. That's a good problem because they care enough to complain about it.
Yeah.
Right. So can you work with that more?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really what we've learned the games industry in general is, not everybody is going to love everything you do. Like, think about it. Anytime there's like a change to like YouTube's UI, people are like, I hate this. This is the worst change ever. And then like 6 months later, they're like, they don't even think about it anymore. Change can be tough, especially with very large communities who are used to something. So it's really like when you want to make changes and it doesn't go well, it's your player base is telling you like, I am your audience. I am the people, we are the people that this game is for. And we're telling you we don't like it. So you got to figure out like, okay, how do we address that there? But I think any large change in an online game or in a service game, I would say most people are prepping messaging just in case it doesn't go well on the other side. So you see, I feel like I see dev teams responding to negative stuff like that much faster, taking it much more seriously.
Yeah. You brought up EverQuest. You were there when EverQuest 2 was coming out. Around that time, there was this other game that competed with EverQuest. I'm blanking on its name. World of something. World of Warcraft, I think it was.
Yeah, it wasn't World of Warcraft.
What was that like, being there? EverQuest 2. EverQuest was massive.
Yeah.
So then the sequel comes out, but the sequel comes out around the same time as WoW.
Yeah.
Take me through that journey.
Weirdly enough, when I had been on the media side, I got to be really good friends with the EverQuest team through my buddy Don Vercelli, who I'd worked with at PlayStation. And he went on to 989 Studios and then down to Verint, which became ultimately Sony Online Entertainment. And Don was constantly hounding me to cover EverQuest in the 3D Effects magazine, which we did a lot because we loved it. It was so amazing, and there was nothing else like that. Like the first time I saw EverQuest, Brad was giving me a demo, and I literally I felt my whole life kind of change, and I looked at Brad and I go, "How are you going to know when you're done?" And Brad goes, "I don't know." But so I actually ended up, I wrote the manual for the original EverQuest and wrote the original strategy guide back in 99, or no, 96, whenever that was. But so going to Sony Online and working on the campaign for EverQuest 2 was amazing. I spent 2.5, almost 3 years entirely focused on getting it up and running. And then WoW literally plowed into us. Like it started, like the word kind of started getting out on WoW, like maybe less than a year before we launched EQ2. And it was like, uh-oh, these Blizzard guys, they know what they're doing. And then I believe the two games launched less than a week apart. I think EQ2 came out on one Tuesday, and then WoW launched the next Tuesday. And EQ2 had a pretty good launch, and everybody was excited. And then WoW came out the next week, and we're like, uh-oh. And that was really tough because all the guys who worked on WoW, the original team who worked on WoW, they acknowledged, they're like, we were huge EverQuest fans, and we just wanted to make a more friendly and a more Blizzard style EverQuest. God damn, they sure did that. So.
Yeah. Jason Schreier's book goes into great detail about the many long hours they would play the original EverQuest, and they would take notes and they look to it for inspiration. So, it's just a cool story, a moment in time in the past that I thought it'd be cool to hear your perspective on.
Yeah, it was interesting because I knew the woman who ran the communications department for Blizzard at that point in time. She and I had been friends. I got to know her when I was on the media side. And so I called her up when EverQuest 2 was in beta and WoW was in beta. And I was like, hey, Lisa, I'll trade you 6 keys for EQ2 if you get me 6 keys for WoW. And this is when like not a whole lot of people were playing. And so she's like, okay, we did it. We kind of did it behind the scenes. And I gave those keys immediately to Smed and John Blakely and like the kind of EverQuest brain trust. And those guys were like, they spent all weekend in the first WoW beta, and they came in on Monday, and nobody was smiling on that Monday. People were really happy.
Yeah, that's rough to hear. Did you make any changes though? Like, were you able to implement anything because they did launch so close? Like, they had their whole design like laid out,
Yeah.
and then they get into this beta. They're like, do we need to change anything or?
There were certain aspects of EQ2 that were moving in the same direction that WoW was, right? The idea with EQ2 was we wanted to make it slightly less.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at the comments. Gramcase, what will be the minimal requirement for my game? I don't know, but I want to make it as minimal as possible while preserving quality. So maybe take a look at other games that have a similar level of art fidelity. Well, maybe not fidelity, but like the same level of same size of like texture maps and stuff like that. So maybe like Elder Scrolls Online, maybe a bit like that. So like, what are Elder Scrolls Online's minimal requirements? That could be a good place to start.
Punishing. Like, I don't know how much time you spent with the original EverQuest, but
What the fuck are those?
XP loss and corpse runs in EverQuest were like, as a player, were like the worst thing in the world. I remember playing EverQuest in early days, and you would have a bad night and you would blow it and you'd die on in Blackburrow, and your corpse would be at the bottom and you'd have to run naked all the way down there, and then you die over and over and over again. And on a bad night you could lose like 2 or 3 levels that had taken you like a week or two to build up. And man, that was so already with EQ2 we're like, okay, we're going to get away from that, we're going to make things a little bit more user friendly. And the WoW guys really nailed taking the best parts of the MMO experience and kind of eliminating some of the really punishing aspects of it. So there was kind of crossover and intent, but Blizzard took it in a far more casual direction than the EverQuest team was comfortable in going.
You've had such a storied career. There's so many different things that we could talk about. We could talk about the original Resident Evil and all the cool projects you've worked on, like getting your dog tags in Metal Gear 2. I got your dog tags in Metal Gear 2. I did all of that. But I do have to ask you about Tencent. So it's 2025. You're now at Tencent. You are global. I didn't write it down. Global marketing something?
I'm head of North American communications for Level Infinite Tencent Games.
It is a very fancy title.
It's a fancy title. What that means is I get to talk to people like you about our video games. So ultimately, at the end of the day, what I do every day is I'm talking to people about games, which is, the title may sound fancy, but the job is still something I love doing.
That's great. Maybe you can talk to me a little bit about your newest partner, Ubisoft, and how you're going to be tackling first-party games.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I really wish I could, but everything, there hasn't been much made public on that, and not only to the rest of the world, but also within the company. So, I know at this point exactly as much as you do, because it's a very important deal, and it's kind of a big thing, and it's still evolving. Tencent had already had some investment with Ubi, but Tencent over the last 20 years has made investments in all sorts of places. Like I don't think
From
people realize
soft.
it. Yeah,
Tencent basically owns
even
the
like
games
Tencent has
industry.
an investment in Nintendo. Tencent had an investment in Activision. So Tencent's been very smart over the last 20 years and has been really
Tencent's
selective
gonna try to buy
in,
Steam one day, I
studios
imagine.
and developers that it's gotten involved in. And you're kind of seeing a lot of that pay off now. Obviously, the Tencent approach with things like Riot, Supercell, and Epic, that is like a whole nother level. But Tencent is now like doing a lot of things in helping, projects at all different levels, whether it's, helping publish a game globally from smaller teams in different regions, or whether it's, investing directly in smaller, kind of indie projects. I guess, I'm not a big fan of the term AAA, but that's kind of
Triple I hadn't heard that one.
yeah, AAA. It's it's the indie teams where it's somewhere between 1 and 100 people, and it's definitely not 300 people making a $750 million game. It's the stuff where it's high quality games coming from teams that are 30 people, 50 people, somewhere in there. There's so much interesting stuff coming out of that level right now. Like, most of the games that I find myself drawn to, just as someone who plays games, tend to be coming at that level. Like even like Claire Obscure, everyone's
Where the heck are all
excited
the
about
Dark
that game now. Their
Souls?
team is like a little over 50 people, I believe.
Is it 50? I thought it was like 30. It's very low.
Yeah, I think it's closer to 50 is what I've heard from people in the know. But still, 30 and 50 people, that's pretty insane that you can make a game that is that big and is blowing up at the same level that like Assassin's Creed Shadows was blowing up. And Assassin's Creed Shadows had hundreds of people working on it, right? So
Let's go to this farm over here.
Kind of what I love about games is that you're never sure whether the next big blockbuster is going to be a God of War that costs hundreds of millions to make in several years, or if it's going to be Schedule One, one dude cranking away, or Lethal Company, same thing.
Dark Runner.
A guy in his 20s who came up making games on Roblox. So it's a weird world right now in games.
Well, you clarified you don't know much about the Ubisoft deal, but reading the news, what's your reaction to potentially getting to work with some of the best single-player franchises on the market? Assassin's Creed, Splinter Cell come to mind right away, and in the multiplayer space, Rainbow Six Siege is massive. Like, you're a gamer. You got to be excited about that.
I personally, I love all.
Here we
of
go.
those
Here's the Dark Souls.
I've sunk a lot of hours into Shadows already this year. I'm a huge fan of the Assassin's Creed series, going all the way back to the first one. Rainbow Six gets a lot of play in my house.
It's a good game.
I've got my son is in his 20s, and he kind of lives in the first-person competitive space. So there's a lot of Rainbow Six and a lot of Call of Duty yelling that happens in this exact same room when I'm not on with you. But I'm not sure. I don't have any visibility. I think just as a fan of what Ubi's been doing, like, I love their games. I don't know if I'll ever be involved in it. Ubi's got a lot of really great people who don't necessarily need help from Kramer. But I look forward to seeing what comes out of this.
Well, sticking on the topic of game development and games, I am sort of curious, what in the world is going on with Western games costing $200 to $300 million to make, And companies like Grinding Gear Games laughing when I bring up the idea that it cost $100 million to make Path of Exile 2 or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is saying, yeah, 41 million is pretty close to what we paid. Why is there this vast discrepancy in cost?
Well, things are really expensive here in the good old US of A. Basic job salaries are higher here. Cost of living is higher here in comparison to lots of other spots on the globe. And I think when the focus gets put on things like, hey, the last Call of Duty cost $750 million to develop. There's a lot of conjecture about GTA 6 and is that the first $1 billion game? Things like that. When you get...
Is it? Do you know the number?
Oh, I don't know.
Because a lot of people are guessing the $1 billion number.
A lot of people are guessing, but it's not. I mean, look, there was that recent lawsuit where Activision had to kind of drop numbers on development costs for Call of Duty for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And they in their court disclosures, they said that the latest Call of Duty was $750 million to make.
Crazy.
Which is great because they go on and they sell tens of millions of copies of that game, right? So, and the same thing, with GTA 6, a lot of people are going to buy that game.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to.
The game budgets keep getting bigger and bigger because if you are attempting to, earn an audience with all the AAA features, like if you want to go down the checklist of everything that's possible in the Unreal Engine and turn all of that on and make a game that looks best in that, you have an art team of hundreds of people, right? Between the people that are on with the team, maybe outsource people, maybe contractors and stuff like that. Like the amount of time it takes
what am I doing
to
here?
create character models, and then you start throwing in things.
Oh my god!
what
am I doing?
now, here's your main character through the story, but every couple hours they're going to get a new outfit. So now we got to make a new outfit.
Oh my god!
All of that is an insane amount of work.
These guys do a lot of damage.
Level designers, programmers, engineers, everything on the network side. With the AAA games, the power of what you can do, with a GeForce GPU,
Go to the
or on your PlayStation 5 or on your Xbox Series X. That's the big one, right? I always get confused with the designations. But if you are a big
everything's an Xbox. Don't forget.
Yeah, everything. I think I'm an Xbox now.
Yeah.
But it's just the scope and the scale is intense. Like when you go see Thunderbolts, right? Yeah. And at the end, you're waiting for the stinger that Marvel always puts in every movie. You got to sit through those credits, and you watch, and you see these CG houses that are, in the U.S. They're doing a lot of stuff in Southeast Asia. They're doing a lot of stuff in Eastern Europe. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. They'll have the name of the CG house, and there are just hundreds of people in a block of text. It takes a lot of work to, not just be uncanny valley. And so with all those people and all those expenses, it just piles up, man. And so the risks become bigger and bigger, and it's challenging. That's why I think you see, with the PlayStation side, those guys, they do one game a year or two games a year.
Run away. Oh my fucking god, there's a son of Argyle.
They really want to, as a first party developer,
GTFO. Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
What they do,
I'm
makes
dead.
that hardware
I'm so dead.
So when you play God of
Oh
War
my god.
or when you
Oh
play
my god,
Ghost
oh
of
my god, oh my
Tsushima, those are going to be the
Oh my
best
fucking
looking
god,
games
how am I
on
still
that
alive?
platform. and
Oh my
that
fucking God.
requires just a lot
Oh
of
my
people
fucking God.
hours to make that happen. So, you know, if you're trying to hit that AAA mark, you're working on a game
Oh
for
my fucking God.
4 or 5 years, sometimes even longer, and your core dev team by the time you get to the end of that is 300 people plus, and it just costs that up.
Oh my fucking
Well, I
God, it's
gotta
still
ask you, do
chasing
you
me, dude.
think a lot of people
Dude,
have
it's still chasing me.
highlighted that, you know, during COVID there was overhiring, so
Mhm.
now we have to do
Holy
layoffs,
shit.
and now there's this whole return to office, and then you're seeing these news reports. Oh, now they have to do software apps at somewhere like EA,
Get him.
as an example.
Get
Do you
him, Pet.
think there's
Oh,
truth
God,
to
why is he
that
still after
when
me?
Claire Obscure can be made with, as you said, 50 people?
Oh my
or
God, I'm gonna
State of
die.
War can be made with one person.
This is it. I'm dead.
And then in the U.S., it's like 1,000 people working on some of the bigger
Oh,
games,
shit.
and their budget's much larger. Or a better example might be Diablo versus Path of Exile. Yeah, what do you think?
Oh no.
What, I'm not trying to get to the question, but I think you get what I'm getting at.
No, I get what you're saying.
Oh my God.
Exactly. And I think it comes down to intent and goals, right? So Kevin Smith made Clerks for, you know, he maxed
Why is
out
it
like
following
3
you
credit
so
cards
long?
to make Clerks.
Jesus
And that's
Christ.
a movie we still talk about 30 plus years later, right? We were talking about Marvel movies. These Marvel movies, they cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make. Like, even when you look at like Andor, like season 2, that was not a cheap show to make. You know, even though they're doing a lot of virtual sets and stuff, like, Lord, that show looks beautiful, and it, you know, there's tons of extras. They're doing a lot of, you know, physical shoots there.
It's funny you bring that up, because you said Thunderbolts earlier, and it had the smallest budget, and it was one of the best received movies, and it's doing well in terms of cost and profit, right?
Yeah.
So I have to wonder, I have to pressure you on this a little bit. Do you think that constraint is actually creating more pure experiences or better experiences for the player at the end of the day, or the viewer in the case of Thunderbolts?
I think there are different options and opportunities. Like, I really liked Assassin's Creed Shadows. Here's a perfect example. So Doom just came out yesterday, right?
I like that a lot. Yeah.
Yes, it's super fun. Like, that is the type of game that Kramer likes. Kramer likes a game where you go fast and you make things explode. That's my favorite type of game. It's really good. It's really neat. It's really well done. I love the feel of it. It's very crunchy and very nimble at the same time, which is hard to pull off. But at the same time, what I was actually enjoying right before Doom is this game called Dead Zone Rogue. It's done by a team of, I think, 20 people out of Atlanta, Georgia. The former Hi-Rez guys. And it does not look like Doom, right? It does not have the same visual fidelity. It does not have the same, like, crazy overarching story and all this stuff. But what they've done is they've nailed a really compelling game loop. And they have like a really strong art style in a way that is not taxing, you know, an art team of 150 people for 3 years. So I really love both of these games, which have at its core very similar experience, right? They're both first-person shooters where you spend time leveling up to, you know, to make your character better, stronger, faster. But the approach and the goals are very different. What Microsoft and Bethesda have to do with Doom is very different from what the guys need to do with Dead Zone for that to be successful. So I like the occasional weird indie movie and, you know, weird indie comedy. But I also love when the Avengers get together and they punch 9 kinds of hell out of the bad guys. You know, there's room for both forms of entertainment. I think, like I was saying earlier, I think a lot of the really creative stuff that's happening right now is coming in that kind of that triple I space, where it is, and I think Claire Obscure is, even though no one really can define what that means, I think that project is a perfect example of what that means, or something like Splitgate, you know, things like
Pal World, I guess, would be an example.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at the last 2-3 years, how many things have jumped out, just lightning in a bottle that definitely did not cost $750 million to make.
Yeah. How do you feel about?
Give me a sec. I have some rewards to redeem. Hopefully it works. It wasn't working before earlier. Okay, what did that give me? I don't know. Did I do this one already? I think I did, right? Yeah, okay. Did I do this one? Okay. I did that one. 2, 3. I didn't do this one yet. 4. And there's even more rewards. What I get? Apparently... Whoa. It looks awful. Love it. I think the rest is just like player card stuff, right? I don't know. I don't know what I got.
The Pal World situation, just looking at how Nintendo, obviously it was the, we'll call it an homage to Pokemon.
Yeah.
Right. But I really liked that somebody did something with the Pokemon formula that was different than what Nintendo did. And what did Nintendo do? They retroactively created patents for things after that game came out so that they could sue the company and get them to remove ball throwing mechanic. Like, is Nintendo playing dirty? Like, what was your personal reaction to it?
I mean, I think I believe it was our man Jeff Keighley who debuted the first Pal World trailer at a Game Awards. And I think the immediate, online reaction was, it's Pokemon with guns. And it really was. They did they have done and continue to do a lot of really interesting things to evolve that formula. They put in factory stuff, they put in way more action. But like you said, it was very clearly an homage and didn't get too far from the source material at first. So I think, if I'm Nintendo and I've spent 30 years building up this multi-billion-dollar world of Pokemon, I'm going to take a really hard look at anybody who is maybe helping themselves to what I've done. So yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know the timeline or the legality on Nintendo patents and stuff like that, but I'll tell you, most of the larger video game publishers and developers will file for patents on their things as they make. Like Namco famously owns the patent on ghost cars in racing games, right? That was first done in a Ridge Racer game. They patented that. So every racing game that's come along after that, where you're racing against your own ghost, that is a patent that Namco owns. And it's, is that right? Is that wrong? I don't know.
Do they get litigious? How does that work? Is there a license fee paid?
I believe there's licensing that happens there. But they created something new and they patented it. And there's a lot of that. You see that when people come up with something clever, they want to make sure that they're protecting the time and effort and the investment they've made into creating something clever.
I get that. It is frustrating when somebody like WB patents the Nemesis system and then nobody can ever use it again, though.
Yeah.
But I hear you on that, actually.
Yes. Yeah. I think, I'm guessing that situation will get resolved. That's
money. Yeah.
Yeah. The Nemesis system in that game was so amazing, so clever, that I'm sure that will end up living on.
I'm curious, do you think we're seeing, and we've talked a lot about, you call it AAA, I call it AA, maybe that's a different standardization, but do you think we're seeing a new age of AA and a smarter AAA? Things like the Elder Scrolls remake coming out from Microsoft, Doom, which is a shorter game, but it felt pretty tight, at least in the Doom Slayer levels. In my opinion, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Do you think game companies are being smarter, and do you think we're going to see a lot of AA successes?
I've talked about this a bunch with Amir Satva, who also works at Tencent, but Amir is more well known for everything he does after hours, with the community he's built in helping people find jobs in the games industry. Amir has built this big, beautiful thing.
He was highlighted on the Game Awards with Keighley, right?
Yes, yeah, it was. It was literally his moment. Like he's done everything to deserve that. But Amir and I have talked about this very kind of thing. It's like, my hope is that with the huge amount of jobs that have been lost in the last 3 years, 30,000 plus and counting, I think a lot of those people are still going to want to continue to make video games. I don't think they're all just going to vanish and go off and do other things. Amir is suggesting to people right now that they might want to look at transitioning to industries where their talents can be used in similar ways. But I think a lot of the people are going to end up coming together, and I'm hoping that what we end up seeing is people who go, okay, I've learned my craft at, you know, an Xbox studio. I've learned my craft at Activision. I learned my craft, you know, in any of the smaller dev studios that, you know, have unfortunately kind of collapsed in the last 3 years. And I'm hoping that these folks end up making smaller teams and going, you know what, let's come together and let's not try to, you know, compete against EA on Madden. Let's make something that is a passion project or something we really believe in, or something that's really fun. So I'm hoping over the next 3 years that we see a rebirth of, you know, kind of what we used to call the mid-tier publishers. Like back in the days like PlayStation 1 and 2, there were all these publishers who weren't EA and they weren't Nintendo and they weren't Sega, but there were, you know, places like Psygnosis, and even Acclaim, which is kind of back now, where they were able.
PsyOps, good shout out.
Yeah, for sure. And then like they were able to take more risks because they were making games that weren't as expensive. So they could go, okay, we can make this weird little racing game about RC cars, you know, and that could be successful because it wasn't so expensive. They didn't have to sell 20 million to break even. You know, they could sell 1 million or, you know, sometimes hundreds of thousands and still be successful. And you see that a lot on Steam right now. There's some really interesting stuff that's out there where it's a smaller team, like I said, you know, 10 to 30 people, and they go out and they sell 300,000 copies, and that is money for them. That is like their lives are all changed, and it's great that platforms like Steam and the PlayStation Store and the Xbox Store are kind of re-enabling that, right? And game developers aren't necessarily as locked out as they were in the days when everybody had to rely on physical media, right? Like in the days of cartridges and discs, it was very expensive to produce that stuff, right? It was all the printing and shipping and manufacturing costs. And like if you were doing cartridges for Super Nintendo or Sega or anything, you had to buy all those components. You had to buy all that RAM, you had to buy all that plastic. And if people didn't buy those games, you were in trouble because you had to manufacture all those things. And if they're not selling, they're sitting in a warehouse somewhere. You know, now with the accessibility for players, like it's like you can go on Steam and click around and you can be like, I don't know what this is, but it looks pretty cool, and I'm gonna risk $10 on this, and you know, hopefully I get $10 worth of entertainment out of it.
I hear you. I have one last quick question for you, and then I got to run, help take care of the kiddos. They're waking up in the middle of the night. What is one small game that you didn't talk about today that you think people should check out?
One small game. Well, I did talk about Den Zone Rogue. That's what I've been super excited about. And like I almost didn't start Doom because I was so far in on Dead Zone Rogue. The other little thing I've been playing, I've been playing a game that kind of got some attention during, I think, one of the Steam Fests called Conquest Dark. And it's essentially, it's in the same kind of mode of gameplay as Vampire Saviors. But
Vampire Survivors. Yeah. I think I saw that game.
Vampire Saviors. I'm revealing my Capcom roots thinking about first. Yeah, Conquest Dark is really cool because they take like that like, you know, Eminem, like, you know, nom, 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 like, you know, how much fun it is just to run around in those types of games, and they layer, or, you know, very light RPG elements on it, and they layer in a lot of what I like is, you know, the roguelike progression systems and things like that. So it just kind of keeps you going on the hamster wheel. It's super fun. Like sessions with that game can be anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, and you feel very satisfied coming out at the other end of it.
I need to give that one a shot. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's very affordably priced as well.
Chris, thank you so much for making the time. I really do appreciate chatting with you today.
Yeah, thanks, Dustin. It was great catching up with you, and hopefully I will see you at Summer Game Fest in a couple weeks.
You will.
Awesome.
See you there.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, this interview is brought to you by people just like you. This first launch on Patreon and
Guys, I'm probably gonna go to sleep. I feel pretty bummed about my character dying. That was so bad. Getting killed by a son of Argal. God. that was terrible. Why did I close yeah. I'm gonna watch some more Endor and then go to sleep and try to forget about it. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.